Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of pending and potential litigation.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We're voting.
I thought they were going to take this first.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason, which will be absent from today's proceedings, Commissioner Bobby Williams, and Mr. Sean Franham.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You need a point of privilege, sir? Commissioner from the 10th, are you good?
I think everybody knows to put Mason on your prayer list.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, we're now in executive session. Thank you.
No, I was just going to show the shirt because we're doing a story on the thing, the whole thing. Show us just yours in it. Maybe, but I don't shoot that wide. I always shoot a low kind of low hanging.
Okay, Mrs. Bond, the food, a box for,
Yeah, it's right there on the side of the table. You know where
All right, now that the media is done taking pictures of our shirts, I'd like to call our executive meeting back into session. Attorney Brown?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Brandon Garrett. We request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit, but first we would like to make a note that the executive session included discussion of not only pending or potential litigation, but also a discussion of a matter pertaining to real estate. We request a motion now to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
That motion carries with Mr. Mason absent.
All right, I believe that there's one item that needs to be removed from the special called meeting. Attorney Brown?
We would like to place on the record motions that would not be appropriate given the executive session that we just attended.
Okay.
The first motion we request is to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Maddie Gaither and Tara Hanna as a temporary administratrix of the estate of Nicole Gaither in the aggregate amount of $150,000 payable as follows: to Maddie Gaither and the estate of Nicole Gaither and Nicholson Rebel LLP as their attorney.
Can I entertain a motion? Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Next item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Valencia Colon in the aggregate amount of $50,000 payable as follows. Valencia Colon further authorizing the administrator to disperse this amount of $50,000, waiving Augusta, Georgia's Code of Ordinances that are in conflict therewith for this instance only and for other purposes.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
That motion carries 7-1. With Mr. Guilfoyle voting no, Mr. Franum out.
All right. Attorney Brown?
Yes. We will request a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by USAA in the aggregate amount of $25,905.95 payable as follows. USAA, and further authorize the administrator to disburse this amount of $25,905.95, waiving Augusta Code of Ordinances in conflict therewith for this instance only and for other purposes.
All right. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
That motion carries. It's unanimous.
Attorney Brown, are there any other items?
No, sir, they are not.
All right. With that said, I'd like to call executive session to a close and call our special call meeting to order. Ms. Bonner?
Item number 3 is a motion to approve the adoption of a resolution of the City of Augusta, Georgia 2023 Comprehensive Plan Update, Envision Augusta.
Director Delaney?
Good afternoon. Hope everyone's doing well today. So you have seen this already. We have brought the draft. The information and the data is not changed. The most notable difference is we had, as part of the approval process, we had to send this to DCA in its draft form. One of the changes that you will note is our goal number 3 in our work program. Originally, it said that it was going to be redevelopment of the downtown area, and actually it's to balance the redevelopment of established neighborhoods, because it's not just downtown that needs revitalization. We've got to balance that. Outside of that, the information and the data is the same. Our goals are centered around projects that are captured in the SPLOS and some of our future budgets, and I can field any questions if you have any. You also have this book that's bound, and it has everything you need in it, and goals are the same, vision is there, and I can field any questions.
Commissioner Franham?
Thank you. Director Delaney, we talked about the fact that New Year's is on Sunday and that the alcohol aspect, bars will not be able to be open in Richmond County this year for New Year's. And this plan would allow us to kind of tweak that. Is that correct?
No, sir.
This has nothing to do with that?
Nothing to do with that.
Okay. All right. I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah. When we do the ordinance, we'll be able to tell you how that should go, or how we
Okay.
recommend it.
When do you think that's in 2024?
We're ready to discuss it. It's on the agenda.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm
on
all over the map.
I think it missed this agenda, but it
Okay.
is.
Okay. The 14th. Okay. Thank you.
But it's ready.
Okay.
For discussion.
All right. I think I heard a motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner?
Item number 4, a motion to approve a resolution of support for the C-SPLOS referendum and authorize law department to craft document.
Commissioner Franham?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, so I put this on the agenda at the moment, not realizing that we as elected officials in this capacity cannot put this resolution forward. So I'd like to make a motion to delete the agenda item.
Second.
He did, Mr. Guilfoyle, Mr. Frenham, and Mr. Guilfoyle. Okay.
Commissioner Smith?
Well, he said he'd make a motion to, Mr. Frenham said he made the motion.
All right, voting.
It's done. Let's see. It's unanimous.
All right.
You're in.
Any further items?
No, sir. That's it.
All right. With that being said, I'd like to call our special call meeting to a close, and our committee meetings will begin in about 4 minutes. Thank you.
See, that's what I'm saying. You have to be very, very careful with these.
We done. What? Who's my 1, 2, 3? We're good to go, aren't we? All right. I'd like to call public services to order on this glorious day in Augusta, Georgia. If there's no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to consent the following agenda items. Number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 20. Got a motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Voting, please. I think he's still here. He's still here. I know he's still here. All right, Ms. Bonner.
Okay, let me publish this, sir. Mr. Bobby Williams, are you, okay, thank you. It's unanimous.
All right, Ms. Bonner, if we can start at number 1, please.
Okay, Ms. Walton?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We have 7 alcohol items coming before you today. The first item is new ownership, existing location, alcohol number 23-49. It's a request by Iqbal H. Muhammad for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Forest Hills Market located at 3216 Wrightsboro Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have anyone that objects to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and address for the record. Home address.
Yes, sir. My name is Iqbal H. Muhammad, 789 Locks Way, Augusta, Georgia, 30907.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Motion to, second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
The next item is new location, alcohol number 23-50, a request by Rakesh Kumar Patel for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Yogi Convenience Store located at 2319 Milledgeville Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Rakesh Kumar Mahendrabhai Patel, and the address is 311 Clearwater Lane, Growtown, Georgia, 30813.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Ms. Pulliam? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
The next item is a new ownership, existing location, alcohol number 23-51, a request by Pawan K. Wanwari for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Jones Corner located at 1496 Jones Street. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Pawan Manwari, 209 Carrollton Drive, Grovetown, Georgia, 30813.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve? Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
The next item is a new location, alcohol number 23-52, a request by Deep Patel for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Gas World number 17, located at 2062 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office. Any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and
Is Mr. Patel in the chamber? Mr. Patel was notified by mail and email.
Okay, so we will forward number 4 to the full commission, if you can just let him know that.
The next item is a new ownership, existing location, alcohol number 23-53, a request by Gurpreet Walia for a retail package liquor, beer and wine license to be used in connection with Wine and Shine located at 2065 Walton Way. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, yes. My name is Gurpreet Walia. My address is 205 Woodhill Trail, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve? Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
The next item is a new location. Excuse me, alcohol number 23-54, a request by Ryan M. Sims for a consumption on-premise liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Jim and Nick's Barbecue, number 4052, located at 275 Robert C. Daniel Parkway. There will be Sunday sales. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. If you could please state your name and address for the record, sir.
It's Ryan Sims, 6365 Spinnaker Lane, Alpharetta, Georgia, 30005.
Can I get a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion is second. Voting, please. Do we have an estimated opening date, sir?
Yes, not soon enough, December 13th.
December 13th. You heard it here first. We're excited. Thank you for investing in the community.
No. Thank you. Do we need to stick around?
Unanimous.
All right.
Okay.
Agenda item number 7. Sorry.
Our last item is a new location. Excuse me. Alcohol number 23-55, a request by Cassandra Parker for an on-premise consumption liquor, beer, and wine license to be used in connection with Lush Lounge Eatery, located at 1647 Gordon Highway. There will be dance. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors to this alcohol petition?
None noted. Ma'am, please state your name and address for the record.
Cassandra Parker, address 1926 Christie Way, Huxtable, Georgia.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Unanimous.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. That brings us to number 18.
18 is food truck ordinance discussion as directed by the commission on September 5th, 2023.
Good afternoon. So the Planning and Development Department was looking at the food truck ordinance at the request of the commission. With me, I have our manager, long-term manager, Ms. Kathy Jackson. And one of the challenges we talked about is being able to readily identify a food truck that has a current business license and that is operating where they should be. One of the things that came out of that conversation and discussion with the commission was the creation of a decal. So what we have proposed in front of you in item number 18 is a copy. It should be a purple decal. On item 18, it shows you a food truck and it has the logo. In conjunction with that, in section within the ordinance 73-42, 7342, if you look under Article 6-5-9 and then subsequently 6-5-10, under the business certificate requirement, the planning and development is adding new language. I think yours may or may not be color coded, but the language reads as such, that the planning and development department will provide a decal annually to the food trucks with a current business license. The decal shall be prominently displayed on the food truck or trucks approved by the Department of Health and the Fire Department. The Planning and Development Department is also recommending that the decals cost $5 each. That's about what we charge contractors. And we can field any questions at this time.
So, and I love this, and I appreciate you coming back to this. Does that mean that every food truck in Richmond County should have one of these on it?
Everyone that's registered in Richmond County, everyone doing business in Richmond County should have this decal.
Will we make sure that as far as like of people that come from other counties that do events in our county, they will have to have this?
One of the ways we looked at is if they have to have a business license here, so they should have that decal. I think one of the challenges we're going to face is when we move into the festival portion of things, that people are coming for one-time events. We are talking about eventually coming back and looking at some type of special decal. Because all of these entities, say for instance, within the state that already have a reciprocal license in another community, they wouldn't be paying for all of these for a separate business license. But in general, yes. I think I took the long way around.
I mean, we have a lot of nonprofits that have events with food trucks too. I mean, if we're getting it out through the nonprofits, the messaging too, I think
yes.
a $5 good for 1 year decal. I mean, that just makes sense. It shows us that we're holding them accountable, and I think it's a great start, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. I know when we had this conversation initially, we were talking about how a food truck vendor would go about getting the permission to set up the food trucks. And as of right now, it's based off of a commercial property with the permission of the property owner. We spoke very briefly, not in much detail, about creating some type of partnership with the DDA or someone like that for a food truck to be able to actually go and register and pay a fee or something to set up. Because I fear that leaving it up to the property owner itself, I think that could lead to just some exclusion. You know what I mean? I think that could lead to some exclusions, as we're kind of seeing right now. So my question is, I know that the DDA had a number of spaces that they had an agreement with the owners or something like that to be able to make sure that food truck operators could stand up there. Have we looked into some type of system to where if I'm a food truck operator and I want to open up in downtown, that I can go to the DDA or someone to say, you know, here's my fee, versus leaving it up to folks on Broad Street to make that decision? What I'm getting at is I think that it should be a more formulated process versus just going off of the word of a business owner.
Well, the one thing that's not changing, one of the many things not changing in this ordinance is that you cannot have the food truck on the sidewalk or in the right-of-way. So if you look specifically at Broad Street, there can be no permission given by one of the tenants or the property owners that fronts on Broad Street for someone to set up in front of their building. They don't own that land. They don't own, so that's not private property. That is the public right-of-way. So I don't believe that there is a way that you can capture that and kind of monitor those private property agreements. I think that might be overreaching as far as enforcement of those types of things through the DDA. But we have communicated and we're hearing good comments back and feedback. The Sheriff's Department is actively going in and shutting these people down that are in the right of way and on the sidewalk. So that activity is already taking place, but I'm not sure that we could regulate properly or enforce DDA agreements at all. So I would want to stay out of that if possible.
I don't know if we can though, because I think the DDA already has some spots that they've contracted out over the years.
If it's on private property, then we would not be interfering at all.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Just a few other questions. I know that we say that the food truck should be positioned at least 15 feet from fire hydrants, driveway entrances, alleys, handicap spaces, tree trunks, and vegetation. With the alleys, would that also apply to the eventual creation of Jones Alley? Would they be able to set up in Jones Alley once we get that project?
If it's designated as a right-of-way, Jones Alley, depending on the final designation, if it's a right-of-way, they would have to have the permission of the government, local government. They could go through the traffic engineering department and ask for it, and they could have a sponsored event. But in general, can they just pop up and have a meeting or sell out of their food truck? If it's a public right-of-way, no.
Okay. All right, just a few more questions, Mr. Chairman.
You're good.
Thank you. 6-5-11, item G, cooking off the vehicle with the grill is prohibited. That's happening now. There's some spots downtown where folks have their tables set up. They may serve street tacos or just anything. Are we enforcing that section of the ordinance right now?
We can if we know about it, yes. So what's happening now is if we are aware of a violation, the Sheriff's Office makes contact with us if it's after hours. If we know about it, then we actually make contact with the business license holder. Anytime we have reached out, we've had a good degree of success.
Do you see that as being restrictive? Because
look at
on the
it,
weekends in downtown, a lot of that activity is happening and it's adding to the culture of downtown. Do we want to eliminate that?
yeah, it's twofold. One, you have one umbrella, it's safety. So part of this is a Department of Health regulation. And then the other portion of it is just general public safety to have these potential live fires outside of a food truck. That's not something that we would advocate for.
And if a vendor were to want to sell outside of right outside of a spot, to have a table, set up a grill and those things, would they have to go through this process to get the business license and a decal to be able to do that?
A business license and a decal will not give you permission to set up a grill in front of any type of entity and have a cook-off. That's not the intent. If they had a public, say for instance, a event at a public park and it was sponsored by the city and fire is made aware that there's a potential for there to be open flames and things of that nature, proper parameters and security measures can be put in place. But nothing is going to give them the right by law per se to just set up anywhere and have a grill off the back of the truck. The Department of Health isn't approving that either.
Okay, well that's happening.
There are cooking standards from the Department of Health, and that's how we derive at these.
Okay, and last question. 6513 speaks of the nuisance prevention. Noise level from the food truck motor and generator must comply with the noise ordinance. How are we going to enforce that? We don't even use the noise ordinance to enforce fireworks and things like that. So how can we selectively enforce that and not other noise ordinance matters? Because what I'm concerned about here is, a generator is loud. What's going to eventually happen is somebody's going to complain that the noise is loud and that food truck operator is going to shut down. I just see this ordinance as being very restrictive. And I think that's another instance of that. How do we not make this ordinance so restrictive? We make it welcome and we make it something that everybody can do business versus making it so restrictive.
So in our estimation, our primary goal is safety first. So we're going to propose our ordinance based on what the safety requirements are, and we're going to look in conjunction at the Department of Health requirements. In regards to the noise ordinance, one of the reasons why food trucks are only permitted in the commercial zone is because you don't usually have that criteria for the noise at the same level of a residential. So if you're a B2 or any of the industrial zoned areas, there is a difference in the expectation of noise and the time limit in which those noises can happen in the decibel readings and things of that nature. From an enforcement standpoint, we have renewed and we've had successful talks just recently with the sheriff, and they are enforcing it when we encounter it. So we haven't had a problem with selective enforcement thus far. And we want to remember we're in the B2, it's downtown. A lot of the times it's permissible to go later into the hours. So we haven't really run into that, but if you're aware of something, we will definitely make a concerted effort to address it.
Okay, and like I said, I'm done, Mr. Chairman, but my big thing is that there's just to be flat out honest, there's just folks in downtown who don't want food trucks there at all.
Yes, there are some.
And I feel like this ordinance gives them the ability to just now make phone calls and cry nuisance. And I just don't want that happening in downtown. We're trying to grow downtown, especially with this TIA project coming. We're going to have something cool and innovative to keep folks in downtown Augusta. And folks love food trucks. That's what folks are flocking to. And I would hate for our ordinance to be so prohibitive to where folks would just say, well, we're not going to set up anyway. We're done. We're not going to do it at all. And then we lose something cool in downtown. But, we can have this conversation, a little bit later. I don't want to hold up the floor because I see other colleagues here, but there's just an effort to not have them down there at all. And I think this ordinance gives a lot of ammunition to that effort. That's just my position on that one.
Yeah, and I appreciate those words. I think one of the things that concerns me on what you said is that some of the things that are happening, but there's no monitoring of that. How do we monitor things like the grills? That's
And again, one of the things that we notice is that if we are made aware of it, we will go out and address it. A lot of the times there's an assumption that we know it's happening. And from a monitoring perspective, the Sheriff's Department has been very helpful. They call us to say, hey, do they have a license to do this? Are they allowed to do this? And we will give that feedback. And they're not just calling during business hours. They're reaching out to Ms. Walton and Ms. Jackson after hours, and we're taking the calls.
I think my thing is that a lot of this government, at 5 o'clock, they don't work the weekends. They don't work it after 5 because of safety reasons or whatever reasons. And I think many different departments, not just your department. And I think this is where we put stuff in place, but if there's no oversight to it, then why are we putting anything in place? I mean, that's. Yeah, we got mic issues. IT, if you're listening, we need some help over here. Let's go to Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Laney, who's going to be doing the enforcing on this ordinance 7342?
It'll be a 3-part enforcement. It'll be the business licensing, and then we have business license compliance officers, and we also have code enforcement. And then in addition to that, the sheriff serves as our late hour enforcement.
As far as the first 3 that you said, anybody work after 5 o'clock?
We did. One of the things I mentioned was the challenge when people applied for the position and we posted the position. We did not disclose because it wasn't a requirement for them to work after hours. So we started putting together what it would take or what it entail for someone to work after hours. So having the municipal building be open on Saturdays and Sundays so that we could enforce it as part of it, going back through the marshal's office to make sure that it's adequately staffed. Then we can't move 1 or 2 people here and have them in the building on the floor by themselves in case something happened. So we would need to do about a staff of 4 for the holidays and the weekends. And then in addition to that, I think when we did the calculations, it's about a $12,000 difference in pay to have someone do the shift differential. So all of those costs plus opening the building plus having the marshal's office, if you would like me to do a more detailed write-up, I can provide that at the next committee cycle.
Yeah, if we already have the marshals on these venues, at the commons, et cetera, we normally see the men in blue shirts everywhere. How can we utilize them without having to pay overtime where they already scheduled to do it?
We don't utilize the marshals for code enforcement issues related to business licensing. Any of these after-hours activities, such as the food trucks, there is a partnership with the Sheriff's Department for enforcement. So it is not a marshal's issue. It's not something the marshals have played a role in thus far.
Okay. We've been discussing this, I guess, for 3 or 4 months as far as this food truck, when the gentleman came up before us. I noticed that this ordinance is dated May of 2012. What modifications or what have we did to alter this since 2012?
And that's how we landed here. The biggest concern we had that we could enforce was readily identifying the number of people or trucks that are not licensed and authorized to be there. Once we know about them, we can do that.
My question is, what modifications did we do to this ordinance that was in place since 2012 and 3 months later it's being brought before us? What modifications have we done to where we could actually use the stickers, labels for $5 a piece where it's already in the ordinance? Is this something that any modifications done since 2012?
Yes. When I came before you the last time, I asked specifically what the commission had challenges within this ordinance, because we as a department didn't feel like we saw influx of issues or challenges with the ordinance as presented. So based on the information that we received from you, we made these following recommendations. The recommendation was for number D, or letter D, to be added. But as far as from a standard, when we looked across different jurisdictions, our food truck ordinance is comparable. It is not something that's out of reach. So as far as changing, we didn't change things just for the sake of changing them. We listened, and then we came back with something that we thought was enforceable and something the commission told us to act on, which was create the decal and bring it back.
All right, so this is going to come before the commission for approval on the ordinance?
Yes, sir. But if there is something more you would like in it, then if you let us know, we will capture that and bring it back. But at the last meeting, our direction going forward was, yes, let's move forward with this decal. So we're on task, but if there is more to it, because there was some type of misinterpretation, we'll take that information back. And we'll repackage and do what needs to be done.
Right. What might be good to do is to reach out to some of these food truck owners as well as the restaurant owners downtown where they're going to be impacted by, to where we can find a common ground. Because us behind the dais, we don't own a restaurant. We don't have a food truck. And they would know more about the details than we would. And the slight modifications that they might suggest might be a great one that we ain't got to keep going back to the table and modifying. Have you did anything like that as far as reaching out to the restaurant people on Broad? And
no, I have not personally reached out to the restaurateurs along Broad Street because, again, nothing on Broad Street is allowed to be sectioned off, or food trucks are not permitted there unless it's a city-sanctioned event. All of the sidewalk, all of the street, they would have to go and apply through engineering to have access to these roads. So I did not, because there's no frontage along Broad Street that allows them to just set up without prior approval.
Ms. Delaney, so none of the restaurants will be affected by them downtown?
What do you mean none of them will be affected?
They can't park there.
I'm sorry?
They can only park on private property.
Okay, private property, rental street, side streets, et cetera?
Not in the right-of-way. You cannot park it in the right-of-way without previously getting a permit from engineering saying that you are authorized to have this event, and we're requesting to shut down a portion of the right-of-way or the sidewalk for your food truck. It
Right.
would be in writing.
Ms. Delaney, I appreciate you taking time to figure out a solution to the problems that's out there with the food trucks. Thank you.
Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Johnson spoke, and he talked about the ordinance not being too restrictive, or is restrictive in such a way that, you know, it keeps people from earning a living or what have you. A lot of what I see, or think I see, is it's a competition thing, where if I got a food truck, and my understanding is that most of them start their delivery of foods or whatever after most of the restaurants are closed anyway. I don't see why we're here today, or why this has been going on like it has. Your decal situation, that's a good idea. At the same time, I don't see why it's a necessity. I know that the commission asked you to do something. You're doing what you were asked to do, and I guess if I want to sell some food downtown, I need to come and get a decal. Well, they've been doing it downtown for a long time and didn't need a $5 decal, and they weren't bothering anybody. I don't think they're going to be bothering anybody after they get the decal or what have you. I just don't understand why we're here today. You know, my understanding is that, you know, some of the restaurant folks downtown, you know, called some folks, and, you know, you put it on the agenda, and then we get a long discussion about what to do with somebody who went out and invested in a food truck, and now they, you know, give out food, or people pay for food or what have you downtown with a food truck. We had a man that come in here about a month ago and said, look, that's the way he pays for his families' wants and needs and what have yous. I just see it as, you know, if you want to keep your restaurant open and you got a food truck who's in the area where he or she is supposed to be, in my understanding, you have to have permission from the restaurant owner in the first place. So what's the problem? So I'm trying to figure out exactly why we're here today. I'm not for being any more restrictive than our ordinance calls for. It probably, as Mr. Johnson pointed out, probably need to take a good look at the ordinance or what have you. But I don't understand why we're here today. You know, I know some people put it on the agenda because, you know, they got some calls or what have you, but who's making the calls? Who's pulling the trigger? You know, who's pushing the wagon or pulling the wagon or what have you? And why is it that they don't want these people to make a living? So I make that statement. I'm not going to ask you any questions. I've been bothering you about the hogs today. We've got somebody, well, it's actually District 2 now. It was District 5. I can't tell Stacy because she called me and cut my head off. But anyway, we got some hogs that we gotta get done with down there. But I don't understand why we're here today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Just so y'all know, colleagues, there's only 5 hot mics at a time. So if you're not speaking, if you can turn off your mic, that'd be greatly appreciated. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is kind of piggybacks on Commissioner Johnson, a little bit on Commissioner Williams' comments. I think the reason that we're here is because the calls that some of us have received have a lot to do with the fact that they're coming from restaurant owners who have invested in brick and mortar places, especially downtown, and you had food trucks that were parking on the streets right in front of their restaurants. And so really what we're trying to do is make sure that our ordinance provides a fair playing field across the board for both of these entities' investments, not only in the brick and mortar, but also in their food trucks. Both of these places provide for their families, and so I think that really we need to make sure everybody's kind of playing by the same rules. But one of the things I was really hoping that this ordinance would have picked up on, and it's probably on me for not reminding you about it, but I think last year sometime we had a conversation about what would it take to maybe provide a food truck area that they could all congregate in, such as the Augusta Common, and could we not do that through this ordinance in some shape or matter? I know that private property is always going to be, you can do whatever you want to on your private property. If you want to allow a food truck to set up, so be it. But I think that in regards to the ongoing issue where, you know, a lot of the calls that we're getting are they're parking on the streets or they're, you know, things like that. If we could provide an avenue for using the Augusta Common downtown for the food trucks to set up on, especially when, you know, most of the time it's sitting there unused. You know, now that we're going through this, the decal for the food trucks and other things, I think there's just a mechanism there that we could provide. So I don't know if that's something that your team can work on in implementing or suggesting.
In this case, the method is in place that a person can avail themselves of using the Augusta Commons. Currently, Recreation and Parks manages that location. And anytime someone comes to planning with an idea for a festival, they are, and it's on public or city-owned property, then the director of Parks and Rec has always kind of, you know, come to the table, said this is what's allowable, this is what's permissible, and there's documentation that they fill out. So it does exist. People just have to avail themselves of that process, which is notifying the proper entity that manages events at the Commons. In addition to that, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but in the absence of that entertainment district, we could capture some of this stuff. Yep. We could figure out some right-of-ways that we could use and designate for food truck parking and circulation. So now we're going to have a lot of construction projects downtown, and we don't have really anything built in to incorporate this. This entertainment district should have happened, I'm not going to say how long ago, but multiple years ago. But we're trying to force something into a district that doesn't exist and then try to regulate it too. But the main thing
where
with
do we currently stand on the entertainment district?
I have put it in the budget for next year. So if you all fund it, we'll start working on it.
Okay, and even with the entertainment district, does your plan have a mechanism in there for?
Oh, I would write a whole set of different regulations for an entertainment district because the goal
What I
is.
would like to see is, not to have all the extra steps of having to go through Parks and Rec to, really, the Augusta Common is empty most days, and there are already built-in side streets. So if we could build that into this plan for the entertainment district of allowing the food trucks to park there, on non-event days, I think that would be a win-win for a lot of people, especially having a central congregation area downtown. I think that would.
Yeah, maybe a wonderful lunchtime opportunity too.
Yep.
So to go out to the food trucks. So planning as a department, we are in favor of it, but we still have to make sure we have a process that we can implement, enforce, and things of that nature. But definitely, when we update the comprehensive plan, when you do the detailed breakout, one of the things we want to put in there is the entertainment district. And when you have that entertainment district, you can set it's like an overlay district. I won't go too planning on you, but it's overlay district, and we can have separate set of rules for activities in that area. And that's what we need to get at in order to get downtown where we need it to be and not adversely affect the county side, the more suburban side of living.
And
Thank you, ma'am.
that conversation is coming quicker than your budget request, I can assure you, by a few of us. Commissioner Scott.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I'm not on the committee, but I would just like to say a couple of things. To my Commissioner Guilford.
Can we get you to speak into your mic, ma'am? Thank you.
Commissioner Guilford, Mayor Pro Tem Garrett, Commissioner Johnson, and I did meet with some restaurant owners about 2 years ago. And but it didn't lead anywhere because they wanted to have it their way. And so I think that's something that we can revisit again along with representatives from the Sheriff Department. So maybe that is something that we can look at again. Secondly, I believe last year in the legislative session, some legislation was put in place that food truck would have one registration with the state that would guarantee them to operate their food trucks in any area. So I'm not sure if we do that and then come with a decaf saying that you would have to have a decaf to operate the true food truck. So that might be something that we need to look at too, that we got something on a state level, but then to make it a little difficult for them to operate if they don't have a decaf.
Well, the state law is for the Department of Health inspection, not individual business licenses by county. So what we want to remember is all food trucks or hot dog stands, they're all subject to Department of Health regulations. So the state regulation says that you don't have to go to every municipality and pass their Department of Health. You pass it once, you're good. But that's at the Department of Health level, not the business license requirement level.
And two, I think we need to over-communicate to let the food truck owners know the do's and don'ts. I don't know how many know that they need maybe permission or whatever with engineering, saying what they can do and what they cannot do. So I just, it touched my heart when the man came and said that he has invested all his money into providing the food truck activities one weekend, and he was shut down before he can even get started. So, Augusta, we're growing. We need to be progressive, and food truck is a thing is what we're looking at now. So we need to be more welcoming of new ideas. So I know we sit up here and give directors something to do, and when they come back, we say, no, that's not what we want. So I just want to make sure we understand what we're asking them, and then give direction, clear direction. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. Mayor Johnson.
Thank you. I see the Madam Administrator, you want to chime in before me? You got something you want to add?
I did. Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I just wanted to let the body know that the request from Planning and Zoning concerning the entertainment district was included in the administrator's requested budget.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm fortunate and happily host a monthly food truck event in South Augusta every third Friday. One Friday, that event was threatened to be shut down. Many of the vendors who informed me they participate in a Saturday food truck event were not able to participate in my food truck event. How does this ordinance change any of that? You mentioned that there's a city-sanctioned event versus us being on private property and threatened to be shut down. Can you explain that?
Right. So when you have an event on private property, it does not preclude you or exempt any individual truck owner from having to meet the requirements of a business license and the Department of Health. So if there is a public event that's open to the public and we're made aware of it, it is within our purview and enforcement duties to go out to that and say, hey, make sure everybody has got their business license properly displayed and make sure their Department of Health documentation is displayed. Now, I can't attest to what happened at a city-sanctioned function with regards to whether or not I'm not sure what the difference is, but I can tell you when you say private property, you're still subject to the Department of Health and the business license. That if city-sanctioned functions, same thing. It's not supposed to happen. And one of the things I can tell you is that I can tell you that there has been more enforcement of it since they've been made aware. So one of the things that Commissioner Scott mentioned was making sure that we're doing the proper education. So once we made, for instance, people down at the market, once they became aware, and the city-sponsored event, once they became aware, they came, sat down, had a meeting with us, talked to us, and they started enforcing it better. I will say that they were already enforcing it, but there'd be times where there'd be lapses, and they've captured that. So it's being enforced, but we can do a better job as a department of educating people on the need for your Department of Health, current Department of Health requirements and certificate and the business license being current. We could do a better job.
In your opinion, how many of these trucks are non-sanctioned as you go around the city and you realize that? Because it's happening all over town, you know that. Mm-hmm. So sanctioned versus non-sanctioned, because as I understand, in order to be sanctioned, you have to have access to a food prep kitchen. It is a pretty strenuous process. Is that still the process?
That is the Department of Health process. Okay. That's not just, the city's not imposing anything that the Department of Health doesn't require. So having that commissary and all of those requirements are Department of Health requirements. Okay. So we can't exempt anyone from those regulations.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Legal counsel, are you wanting to speak? Okay, Commissioner Johnson. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I love where the conversation is going. I think that, and I'm just going to hit on it again, that there needs to be more of a streamlined effort. As a matter of fact, I believe that's what the motion was before, was to make sure that we're streamlining how food truck operators actually, have the ability to operate. And so, because again, just leaving it up to the private landowner, the private business owner, again, it just opens up a Pandora's box, which honestly is why we're having the conversation now. So maybe we should come back in 30 to 60 days, maybe even 90 days, and that'll give us time to go ahead and get this entertainment district conversation moving, because things like and I know you may say, well, why you keep hitting on this whole tent and grill thing? Well, because there's so many folks in the city doing it, and again, it adds to personality, and we can figure out a way to continue to allow that to happen, but add in measures that makes them accountable to the ordinance and to the Department of Health standards. I think we should do it. We're not, I say this all the time, we're not just this little small town that you pass through to get somewhere else. Like, Augusta is the big city of this region, and we ought to act like it. Any city that you go to the size of Augusta or larger, there's going to be a level of this type of activity happening in that city, and it makes that city what it is. And so I would hate for us to pass this ordinance, to accept it with restrictions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not on the committee, but what I will suggest is just that we revisit this in, at least 90 days with some proposed amendments to be sent to our department director so that we can just kind of figure out the best routes to take with our food trucks. But that's, I can't make that motion.
Yeah, and I appreciate
Thank
that.
you, sir.
And I'm kind of with you on the revisiting it at a later date. Director Delaney, based on what Commissioner Johnson just said about 90 days and everything, I do think the decal is a good way to, from accountability standpoint. Is that like, I guess we want to put it holistic, like all together at the same time, or do we can take bits and pieces, or what are your thoughts on that?
I would recommend taking the decal now in the event that the entertainment district encounters hiccups, because 9 times out of 10, when we get to the point where we're recommending it, we might need to pull it out of and address it as a separate entity within the comprehensive zoning ordinance, because we would hate for what needs to happen not to happen because of 2 or 3 things. So I would take the decal now. The decal will be incorporated in the future plan, because if we're successful with entertainment district, you can still have this decal. You would want this decal. So I don't see the decal going away. So I would personally and professionally recommend to take the decal now, because we don't know what's going to happen with the entertainment district, because we kick the can down the road potentially.
Okay. Colleagues, what are your thoughts on that one? I guess.
Well, can I jump?
Go ahead, Commissioner Johnson.
I guess if someone gets the decal, but they don't have, a location to stand up at, then, what's next, I guess. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is on Broad Street, there are no, like you said, all of the areas are prohibited basically except, the parking lot at SRP, the parking lot down by Farmhouse and a few others. Like the gentleman who stood before us, he moved to 10th and Ellis, so he's in a parking space now. But like, if someone comes and get a decal but can't find anywhere to go, I think the biggest issue here is just making sure that if you want to operate, you can. And right now, there's very limited space for people to do that, unless we're talking more so out in Augusta at large versus just your downtown space.
The decal isn't going to get people business. The decal is a mechanism for us to quickly and readily identify who's authorized to be operating. It also lets us know that they have met the Department of Health requirements and the business license requirements. That's the objective. The decal is not to promote or increase anyone's business. It's not going to have that effect. It shouldn't deter from it either, because just like a public health score makes a person think, I would like to eat there, knowing that this business is following the proper protocol and steps, it's another recommendation, not a detraction from it. So I think that if we look at the decal as another one of our enforcement tools, just readily identifiable compliance without having to walk up on a person. There's nothing more frustrating than being interrogated when you have all your stuff readily available. Someone could easily identify it. That's the goal. We don't want to be out there harassing anybody. That's not our intent.
Okay, Mayor Johnson. Okay, Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Okay, so just want to ask her, so you said you want decals now, and what are we trying to wait on for 90 days?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So we talked a little bit about this entertainment district conversation, and whatever changes we make to the ordinance, in my mind at least, should be in conjunction with whatever our entertainment district plan would be, whether that's one space, whether that's 2 or 3 blocks. I think that whatever we do with this food truck ordinance, it should be done in conjunction with the entertainment district ordinance or whatever that would be considered as well, because if we go and start dealing with this food truck ordinance now without a clear path for where people would go, then it really just defeats the purpose. Because right now, you can't take advantage of Broad Street anyway. There's only like maybe 2 or 3 places that you can actually go. Mm-hmm. So how do we create something that's inclusive to everyone versus, just a couple people?
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we pass the decal
Come back in 90 days.
now and come back in 90 days with recommendations on the ordinance.
I'll second that.
Got a motion and a second?
All right, so we're good.
No, the entertainment district ordinance would not be ready in 90 days. That's not feasible. It's not possible. We're going into the holiday season.
So how many days are you saying?
This is part of a comprehensive plan. We can't do it as an ad hoc assignment. We shouldn't do it as an ad hoc assignment. When we update downtown, or
So you need 6 months? What do you need?
when we bring back the comprehensive plan, we will have the entertainment district included. So the timeline is after we get approval, so we wouldn't even start on it till February, March of next year, because it's got to go through the procurement process, and it's based on the 2024 budget. So realistically, we're starting this in April, early April.
So
And
you
that's
just
starting.
want to,
I will say this, planning's okay if you receive this as information. And once we
Okay,
get
what
the
about
ball rolling on
okay.
the comprehensive plan, we come and give an update.
okay, what about the decal?
We're okay if you say receive as information. But this was something we thought, based on what was communicated, was asked for.
But is decal something that commissioners want done now? They want that done now. So,
And safety aspect that I feel like the decal might be. Let's just,
Yeah,
can we
so-
just make a motion for the decal today? How about that?
and we'll take the other as information.
Yep, so make a
Okay.
motion.
All right, so I make a motion.
I
What do
need to
you want?
clarify.
Go ahead.
When you say decal only, that means the D?
Yes.
The verbiage too, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, just making sure.
All right.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Does that have anything to do with the hogs or anything?
Sir, the property is split zoned agriculture.
Anyway. All right, so do I need to do anything? Because I did
You got a
make
motion and a second for the decal only. That's a motion and a second for the decal only. Commissioner Johnson, then we're voting.
Okay, just a quick point of clarity. So if a food truck operator wants to operate in downtown tonight, they would just simply have to get permission from the property owner to set up if it's not blocking the right-of-way or things of that nature. So they are authorized to set up as long as they come and get their decals.
No, they are authorized once they pass the Department of Health inspection and they have a business license that has been approved, not applied for, approved.
Okay, let's vote, 'cause we've been on this long enough.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson just clarified too, don't forget, fire has to approve. It's not, you got cooking and everything. Fire is involved in this.
Okay.
So we got a motion and a second. Commissioner
Stacy
Pulliam.
I just want to know, thank you, Mr. Chairman, how are people going to be notified that they need a decal? Do you already have a list of all of the food trucks that are operating? So you'll just reach out to that list. Now, if I'm parked and I don't know that I need that decal, is there a one warning system? Or do I just have to wrap up shop?
You should have a business license and Department of Health approval, period. The decal is not, you're not going to be penalized, I would say, for not having your decal. That's not your huge penalty. Your penalty is when you don't have your Department of Health, fire, and business license. That's when you start hitting penalties. And I want to be clear, all penalties against businesses and business licenses come to the commission. You all make the decision, not staff. So we wouldn't be arbitrarily just assigning fines or anything like that or touching anyone's business license. They only can be revoked by the commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got a motion second. Voting, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Just from my colleague's point of view, any contractor out there has to have a sticker on their vehicle. It's good practice. You do it in every other county in this area. But my question's for the Attorney Brown.
Attorney Brown.
Attorney Brown, as far as this ordinance where we did a modification by adding subsection D to it with the labels, do we need this for the District 5 Commissioner to modify it to where we're set? Has this already been approved by the commission, the D as far as the labels in the ordinance, sir?
That's why we're here.
No, sir, this is, my understanding, this is the first presentment of the proposed ordinance.
Okay, but we need to approve that as well.
if there's the will of the commission, and there, with any ordinance also has to be a, well, this is just a recommendation. Next week would be, if it gets approved, the first approval, and there would need to be a second approval.
Okay, I'm just making sure we following the rules.
Right now, this changes nothing.
Okay. And last point of clarity, Director Delaney. This labels for all trucks across the county, correct? Not just downtown?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
Anybody? The hall.
All right, we're gonna.
It's unanimous.
Going back to agenda item number 4, hopefully Ms. Walton's still here and the petitioner is still in attendance for number 4.
I don't know why we're here.
New location alcohol number 23-52, a request by Deep Patel for a retail packaged beer and wine license to be used in connection with Gas World number 17, located at 2062 Gordon Highway. Application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development. Do we have any objectors?
None noted. Sir, if you could state your name and address for the record, please. Home address.
Deep Patel, 646 Emerald Crossing, Evans, Georgia.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Voting, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Agenda
It's
item
unanimous.
number 19, or last one here.
Okay. Item 19 is to receive as information communication from Sheriff Richard Roundtree on the innkeeper landlord enforcement policy for the Richmond County Sheriff's Office.
Madam Administrator, if you can read or give us the update on what was sent, please.
Sure, Commissioner. As requested by this body or a portion of this body during our most recent work session concerning transient occupancy, I was directed to obtain a statement from our Richmond County Sheriff, Richard Roundtree, in regards to his office's enforcement of the official stance regarding the innkeeper relationship. And as found in your books, Sheriff Roundtree states that it is the innkeeper's responsibility to ensure that if guests stay during an uninterrupted time period, anything in exchange of that or when that relationship changes, they will then have to take that matter up with the court. The court will then decide the distinction, and Richmond County Sheriff's Office will assist if it is deemed criminal trespass. Again, that notice is in your booklet, and I have spoken with Sheriff Roundtree, who stated he would not be present today.
And for clarity, that means that what we heard from the sheriff in August, I think, and maybe September, I think it was August, is the same stance as of today, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I think, can we make sure that the association that was here gets a copy of that, or at least knows that, because I don't want there to be any because of what they heard over here is not what the letter says, so if we can just make sure of that. Any questions from the colleagues before we receive his information? All right, can I get a motion to receive his information?
Motion to receive that information.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Got a motion and a second. Voting, please.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, colleagues. That concludes public services.
All right, I'd like to call Finance to order, Finance Committee to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions from the agenda?
No, sir.
All right. If it's okay with my colleagues on this committee, I would like to consent items 1 through 3.
Second.
So there's, I need some guidance on this one. So the members of the committee are in favor of consenting, but there are other members of the commission who aren't. So should we just take questions? consenting all of them, except, yeah, all of them.
There's no. The committee's the only one that votes. Yeah, but what y'all come up with on the tax thing?
To give it to them.
He's consenting all of them?
Consent the entire agenda.
Okay.
So there is a consensus from the committee to move forward with consenting items 1 through 4. There's a motion and a second. Voting. All right, Ms. Bonner, can I get a motion? We're going to get a motion to reconsider.
Okay, well, you haven't taken a vote yet. I mean,
we
we
just
haven't
voted.
published a vote, so. Unless,
Okay, we're going to reconsider, Ms. Bonner.
okay.
That's what I was trying to do, but everybody got questions, so I'm just going to let folks talk. All right.
You had,
So we're going to go from top to bottom, Ms. Bonner.
okay.
We're going to go from top to bottom. Item number 1.
Okay. Item number 1 is to consider request from Mr. Aaron Matthews of Matthews Motors for a refund of property taxes in the amount of $8,388.42 for property located at 1365 Gordon Highway.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. And just for the record, Mr. Matthews has been here before, and we shared with him that once he pays his property taxes, we will be able to refund because of his work that he's doing to demolish the property at Molly Pond and Gordon Highway. He has to pay his taxes first, and what I understand is he has done that already, and this would be a motion to refund him for his taxes. In the case of number 2, the Garden City Rescue Mission does the same thing every year. They pay their taxes, and then we refund those taxes. And so this is not anything new. We just wanted to make sure that that portion was added into the record so that folks would know that the commission, that this committee is not voting to just refund taxes, but we are approving the refund of taxes that have been paid out already. So we'll have Mr. Matthews come forward so that we can formally hear his piece, and then we'll vote. I'm just trying to save us some time so we don't have to repeat ourselves. Mr. Matthews.
Yes, sir.
Name and address for the record, please.
Aaron Matthews, 399 Boy Scout Road, Augusta, Georgia.
All right. So you want to repeat what I just said?
Yes, please. As I appeared at the commission meeting a couple weeks ago, I was originally requesting the abatement. This is a different request. We have paid those taxes, and I'm requesting a refund for those taxes.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve? Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. There's a question from the commissioner from the 10th. Mr. Guilfoyle?
We got Brian with the tax assessor's office in the house, if you would like for him to speak.
I don't want him to speak, but if he wants to come up and speak, he can.
Okay.
Brian, come on up. Come on up. We've already had this conversation, but you can come on up.
Yeah, I believe.
We have it every year.
Yeah, I believe we had this conversation. I can answer whatever questions you have, but again, just like last time, I will reiterate, there's 300 annual demo permits per year. So, whatever y'all's consideration of refunding those is.
Are there any questions for Brian?
Can you,
Commissioner Frenham?
sorry. So you're saying if this one, we do this one, we're subject to 300 additional? Is that kind of what
I'm not saying you're subject. I'm saying that those property owners may come and ask, considering you're refunding someone,
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions before we vote? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Voting. Thank you, Mr. Matthews.
The That motion carries 3-1, with Mr. Guilfoyle voting no.
All right, item 2.
Item 2 is to consider a request from Mr. Patrick Fistel regarding the abatement of taxes for the Garden City Rescue Mission on Fenwick Street.
All right, Mr. I don't know how to say your last name. Feastel. Mr. Feastel, please approach the podium. All right, would you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Patrick Feastel, Feistel. I live at 911 Murrah Forest Drive, North Augusta, South Carolina.
All righty. So you want to share a little bit about what Garden City Rescue Mission does and what your request is today?
We've been operating for 22 years on Fenwick Street. We house right now right at 60 men every night off the streets. We give them breakfast and dinner, and we have a addictions program long term. And we are in the process of closing on our property. We are 501c3. And after we close on the property, then we won't have to come back and probably do this anymore. But we are hopefully be closed before the end of the year. We have raised the money to purchase it.
Okay. And this is something that we do annual for Garden City Rescue, correct?
Yes, sir. We was doing it. The city was never requesting us to pay the taxes up front, but now we pay them up front, and then we've had them abated for the last probably 12 years, 10, 12 years.
Mm-hmm. All right. And
refunded.
Refunded, not abated.
Yes,
refunded.
Refunded.
Refunded. Okay. And have you and you have not paid your taxes yet?
No, I'm prepared to do that before we get those.
Okay. And so, if this committee would consider this refund, yes.
I can do it today if I need to.
If this committee would consider this item, I would suggest that whoever makes the motion would rephrase the motion to say that this is contingent upon their payment of their taxes.
Yes, I can pay
as
those
a refund,
today or before
as a
next
refund,
week.
not an abatement.
Okay.
Right. Right. Okay. They have to pay prior to next Tuesday?
Yeah, well, that was my thing. I was going to say, could we forward it to the full commission and then let them pay but you're making a contingent based on, because they have to pay before we refund, either way.
They have to pay before we're able to refund?
Yeah.
Right, right. Okay. So is there a motion? Legal?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I do agree with Commissioner Frampton. Probably the clearest way to do it would be to forward to the commission without recommendation.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And he can present next week that he has paid it. He has stated to me that he could get it paid today if necessary, so he has indicated the ability to satisfy the prerequisite of paying taxes before requesting a refund. So by next Tuesday, the motion would be ripe for full voting.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect?
I'd like to make a motion that we forward this to the full commission.
Yes. Is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
So that motion is to forward to the full commission with
Yes,
no
ma'am.
recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you. Item number 3.
Item 3 is to approve annual leave buyback program up to the amount of 40 hours.
All right. Director Williams. All right.
Good afternoon.
You're up.
Hi. The Policy and Procedures Manual allows for once a year for the Commission to approve a program to allow employees to sell a portion of their accrued annual leave. So this would be the execution of that program. This would allow employees to sell anywhere from 8 to up to 40 hours of their leave, which is owed to them. It would simply move from the liability portion, the balance sheet portion of Augusta down to an expense, because this is, if these employees leave, we have to pay out their vacation in years where, especially now where there are a lot of positions that are unfilled. There are lots of the staff that have been unable to take advantage of a lot of their vacation time. This is a very popular program that would allow employees that have earned this vacation to essentially cash in the value of some of it. There are stipulations. The employees have to have a remaining balance of 75 hours after the portion that they cash in. And this would, if approved, this would go forward. The payment for those vacation hours would be on the December 15th paycheck.
And can you clarify, just for the sake of questions, that this is not new money? This is money that they have accumulated, correct?
This is owed to the employees.
Okay.
It currently is listed, as I said, on the balance sheet
That's
as a
right.
liability. It would simply just move it down to an expenditure.
That's right. All right. We have a few questions. Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donna, as far as the carryover, is the employee's vacation carried over year to year, or is there a certain allotment that either they use or they lose? Tell me how this works.
Yes, sir. Employees can accrue up to 288 hours. There is another group, SES, and some other employees can accrue up to 350. And then I believe there is another tier within the SES that the commission passed that has a little bit higher threshold, but I cannot remember what that is.
How does other cities of this size do their carryover? Do you have any clue? I know that everybody compares their salaries with other cities. So I'm just asking on this.
I mean, this is a benefit. It's administered by HR. That's really not in my wheelhouse. I do have conversations with other folks. Some entities have higher thresholds than we do. Some have lower ones.
You wouldn't happen to have a list of that, would you, that you could share with us?
No, sir. I have not researched that. I can ask
Okay.
HR
I'm just
if
trying
they
to
have
make
any
it comparable.
information.
Right. On the vacation buyback as of 9/29/23, it's catching me off guard. We got the Canal Authority, we got the Downtown Development Authority, the SPLOST, the Augusta Regional Airport, and Fleet. We have employees that work in every one of these venues.
Okay, the Canal Authority, that is another one of the deals like the library. They administer their own. We just process their payroll for them, so anything that they do, they pay us back 100%. Same with the DDA. We do have employees that work in SPLOST. We do have employees that work in the Fleet Management Fund to administer that outside contract.
All right, the Regional Airport?
Yes, sir, you've got a bunch of employees that work for the airport.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought they were a standalone entity, Donna.
No, they're an enterprise fund, but yes, sir, their financials are included as a part of our government-wide financials.
Thank you.
Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Chairman. Just looking at the numbers here, it looks like that you're anticipating around $500,000 or more. Am I reading this right?
Approximately 800,000 total across all funds.
800,000. So in regard,
That's at the max. I'm sorry.
so I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. I've always worked in the private sector, and I've never been able to sell any vacation time. I either used it or lost it every year. So I'm trying to just help me understand, why do we pay employees for not taking time off?
You don't have to. It's just allowable under the
No,
Policy and Procedures Manual, and it's been done numerous times. So this is just a recommendation. Boost employee morale.
So I'm just trying to understand the boosting morale part. I think we should be encouraging people to use their time. I mean, even what you said earlier about people being able to accrue 300 and something hours worth of vacation time, all they're going to do then is hold it until they retire, and then we're going to have to buy it back then too, right? Or
When an employee leaves, yes, sir, you do have to pay out their accrued vacation time.
I just think that this is a policy, even in regards to the commissioner from the 10th, where he was asking about similar counties' policies in regards to this. I'd really like to get an update on that and maybe just some comparisons as we move forward, especially as we're continually facing employee shortages and other things. Obviously, this morale booster isn't helping fill positions. So this is just something that I can't support just because it doesn't make sense to me why we owe somebody for something that they technically should just be able to take their time off. It's not like we're...
Should be able to, but like I said, we have so many vacancies.
But we also have a lot of, just like the conversation we had on the floor a few weeks ago, where we also have some accountability problems too, where we don't have a single entity tracking all of these vacation times. Some goes through the administrator's office, some goes through ADP. So I just think there's a lot of different ideas or areas there where this could be manipulated, and it seems like the taxpayers are always at the butt end of this. So
All of these hours are tracked and logged into ADP's timekeeping system. Every one of these hours that is on my sheet is accounted for in ADP. That's where my data came from.
I understand that, but are you saying that every bit of these hours are accurate?
I would never say that everything 100% is accurate. What I'm saying is that there is a mechanism by which the employee puts their information in. They're responsible for verifying their information. The employee's supervisor is responsible for verifying it. And the department director is ultimately responsible for verifying the information for payment for all of their employees. That's all.
Commissioner from the 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is that we know where we've been and where we are currently. Could this government in 2024 put in place that new hires as of, whatever date it gets approved, would in a sense have a different set of rules? Like they wouldn't be able to carry, they'd be only able to pay out an additional 40 hours max, or they couldn't go up to 320 hours. Like, do we have the ability sitting up here to moving forward on anybody that's hired moving forward to where this number never gets this high based on?
I'm going to let the legal department talk to that.
So, Commissioner, one of the things I want to point out in surveying other municipalities is because Augusta's compensation is not where the marketplace has deemed it should be, our benefits packet is one in which we tout. We are very proud of. We are very proud of the fact that Augusta's benefit package is definitely one in which it kind of offsets our substandard salaries. And so this is in one of those cases. This is in one of those cases and a benefit in which employees are able to roll over vacation time from one year to another, the same as we do with sick time. And in the event that an employee either retires or resigns, their vacation time that they have earned is paid out to them. And so with this 40-hour allowance, it is a liability. It's already on our balance sheets. It's money that's already allocated for that particular employee. So it's nothing in addition to that the employee would be paid out. But yes, if the body wanted to make changes to our current 3 p.m., that is something that this body could.
Well, I think this whole commission has been at the forefront of making sure that we're not at substandard pay rates anymore. I mean, we consider 3% here, 3% there, ARP funds, Sheriff's Department, and like we've been pretty good, I think. So I hope we'll have those discussions because I do think that this could help the future when the money might not be as coming in as much as it is right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Franham. Commissioner from the 5th.
Ms. Williams. Hey.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Not sure.
Well, I have to agree with everything that has been said already. At the same time, it's like a knife that has two edges. You know, we can pay people for not taking time, or we can do like, I called a particular department a couple of weeks ago, and the director was out of town, and the assistant director was out of town, and then the assistant to the assistant was out of town. And we get a little, I'm going to use a nice word, we get a little off-centered when we can't get what we want because people aren't where we want them to be. So, you know, I would pay the people who have time that's run over. Of course, like one of the other commissioners said, we can say either take your time or you can only carry over so much time to the next year, you know, if we were to do some type of policy change or what have you. At the same time, we want people where we want them to be, and that is within a phone call away from where we are. So it's like a double-edged knife. So, you know, I would say that if, you know, there's money that needs to be paid to people, we need to pay the people. If we're going to change the policy or what have you, we need to change the policy, but we need to remember that people are people. And if I have some vacation time, you know, I'll take it. But if I can't take it, I'm probably not taking it for a particular reason. And it probably centers around us, you know, monies and what have you. Cut your mic off. My bad. Probably centers around money in some way, shape, form, or fashion. When I left my last job, I walked away with a pretty good check because I had a whole month of vacation. And I went and did a 99 or a 0 with my federal taxes, state taxes. The only thing they could take out was my Social Security, I think. So they got me back when the income tax time came back. But I walked away with a pretty good check, and I was pretty happy. So I say that to say that if people have monies that are owed to them, we need to pay them. You know, in the future, if we're going to do something about carrying over time, then we need to do that also. So I'll end with that statement.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Are there any other comments, questions from any members before we obtain a vote?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a motion and a second. Voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, and last item is item number 4. Can we take that without objection, Ms. Bonner?
Sure. Your approval with no objection.
That should be the easy one. All right. Thank you, committee. Thank you, commission. This meeting is adjourned.
Yes.
Do you want me to tell you what department I called and everybody was out of town? You don't want me to?
That's all right.
Don't do that.
No, that's all right.
Do it.
All right, moving on, I'd like to call public safety to order. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if there are no objections from my colleagues, I'd like to consent items 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
So moved.
Do I have a motion? How about a motion and a second? Okay, I have a motion and a second. Voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason absent.
Thank you, Mrs. Bonner. That completes public safety. Thank you. That was fast. Yeah, fastest one today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bonner. Committee members, I would like to call Administrative Service Committee to order. Do we have any addition or deletion? No, ma'am. I see Administrator Dawson.
Commissioner Scott, will you please delete number 10? President Ronique West is unavailable.
Thank you, ma'am. I take care of that, Ms. Bonner. We can go from, if it's okay with my committee members, I would like to consent 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11. We'll add 10 to that too, ma'am, for deletion. Okay. Ms. Bonner, can we do
Motion
it?
to approve.
Can I get a second? Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Nice man.
Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson, don't let Mr. Williams deter you. Too late, Commissioner.
Unanimous. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Bonner, let's go top to bottom. Yes, ma'am. Item number 1 is a presentation by Mr. Brian Green regarding support for a comprehensive approach to gaining control of our homeless crisis. Mr. Green, your name and your address, please.
Brian Green, 2439 Mount Auburn, Augusta, Georgia. Appreciate the opportunity. And before I get started, I would like to send a couple of quick shouts out to your law department. First of all, I've been hearing some of their comments and advisories, and I'd just like to say that they have, to me, been dead on in some of their advisors to this committee. A lot of cities don't get, for some reason, or don't hear the advisors, and they end up making the same mistakes one after another, and it causes them to go right down the same rabbit hole. So I'm sending out a shot to them. My next one goes out to your Commissioner, Ms. Bonner. I really appreciate, not trying to embarrass her patience. Whenever I call, I always say, I only have one more question, and it ends up being about 2 more. She tolerates that in me, and I do appreciate her for that. Reason I'm here today, I want to talk about the initiative called Noah's Ark. First part, though, I'd like to say, as of this morning, 1:30, Augusta is 1 less homeless person. We reduced the population this morning by 1. So, step in the right direction. Didn't cost the city a dime. Please ask me about that, after my presentation. I will make reference to certain things I can't do so much in 5 minutes, so I would appreciate it if you would indulge me accordingly. I can emphasize a few things here. I would like to ask this commission to consider funding an initiative called the Noah's Ark Initiative at a rate of $25,500 to be dispersed over a 5-month time frame. And that's just a consideration. There's a whole lot of grunt work, footwork to be done. I think this initiative covers that in earnest. There's 2 parts of homelessness you need to know about. There's the daytime and everybody's where they need to be and all that. There was the homeless drive today with the clothing and all that. There are several commissioners were present at that event over there on Laney Walker Boulevard. That's great, but what about after 5 p.m., Friday, Saturday, Sunday, when people need their drugs, all this other activity, when these homeless families are out and about, all these other type emergencies? This plan right here covers that. Why? Because I think it's needed. We have seen our homeless population increase since 2006. It was 117 approximately in 2006. It is now considered at over 1,000 in 2003. That's how much we've grown. That means we've been doing the same thing year after year after year. Quite frankly, it's not working. Something hasn't been working. Let's try something new. What is this initiative all about? Basically, this homeless initiative is a kind of homeless initiative on steroids. It's a little bit more aggressive. It's a little bit more aggressive. Under this program, there's drug testing. There's accountability. There's a demand for you to challenge you as an individual to replace self-defeat and self-centered with self-respect. So this has a little bit more to it, but it's needed. That's the ugly side to this homeless crisis, which is a crisis. There are hospitals and law enforcement agencies around Georgia who just have deemed Richmond County as a drop-off point. Let's take our homeless to Richmond County, drop them off literally at our shelter, and just drive off. We need to stop that. Therefore, this homeless initiative calls for people to, let's partner up with these different agencies outside of Richmond County. Richmond County can't cover all homeless people in Georgia. We barely can take care of the ones here. So we need to stop this process ASAP. And on top of that, and this is part of my initial startup, and I pray one of y'all ask me about the startup, which is dynamic. The sheriff has to approve somebody to go into a shelter. Well, if you come in here from Gibbs County, whatever, and you just happen to, let's go to Richmond County and drop them off at their shelter. You go to the sheriff department will be requested not to approve that because yours is Gibbs County. Why are you up here bringing somebody to our shelter? Let's call our Noah's Ark initiative and we get to the bottom of this. Where's your family? What are they doing? What's going on in Gibbs County? So if you get a stay for 2 days, is that going to help you? Is a 2-day stay in the shelter going to help you? After 2 days, you're homeless again. But now we got your homeless problems from Gibbs County. Folks, we got to stop that practice. And once we start doing things like this, little detailed things like this, you're going to see the homeless. First thing we want to do is get to control it. After we can get it under control, then we can start reducing those numbers. It's not going to all be pretty, but we can get it done nevertheless. That's one of the main issues I have right here, I will tell you, about people dropping off people literally and just driving off. So if you just got out of jail and an officer from another county brings you over, he may have to take you back where you come from because you're not bringing a check with you. I mean, Richmond County just can't continue to be the dump-off county. Mr. Chairman, how much more time do I have?
1 minute.
Thank you. And let me ask this question. I'll just cut it down from here. What is affordable housing? I'm not sure who got the memo that a person living in a car, side of the road, in a homeless camp needs to be taken out of there and put in a $100,000 home. Read about our friends in Charlotte about a home for all. We don't need to follow Savannah because their numbers are higher than ours. Let's set our own leadership here. We set our own standard. I ask this question as I end, and I pray for any questions. What is affordable housing to me? If I'm on drugs, I can't work, and I have mental disability. What's that number? I got business people on this panel here. What's the number? What's the number of affordable housing and I can't work? Why we keep throwing that around? We throw around affordable housing, but we don't throw around addiction and treatment. We got to start there first before we start talking about these beautiful grand houses we're trying to put people in that they can't maintain. I think that may.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah. Right on target. We have some of my colleagues that's in the queue. Commissioner Franham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Green, I appreciate your presentation, appreciate your energy. Have you been engaged in any of what has been going on locally? Any of the committees or anything?
Well, I do go to the homeless task force meeting.
Okay, perfect.
And that was the best one I've been to, the one Thursday. Really got some dynamic information.
Good. I got to ask, what happened with the one today, since you wanted me to ask you? The one today that you said? You first question you said was to ask you about what happened.
Oh, Thank you. Well, I had a
One last
premonition.
person.
I saw this guy over there by the Salvation. Turned around. I was going to ask him because I saw him by himself. All the others are over there getting food and this and that. I said, just want to ask you what's going on here. Why aren't you, we got to talking. And then he said, if I can just get out of here and get to Atlanta. I said, what's in Atlanta? What's up? I just need to get out of here. My clothes up there with my friends, my birth certificate, this and this and this and that. Long story short, I came up with $54. That's about I'll scrounge up. I'm not looking for a refund, by the way, for that. But I did it. I felt good about it. I met him at 11:30 at the bus terminal, and we stayed and talked like man to man. He got on the bus at 1, and I stayed there till that bus rolled out. And I did tell him this, though, Commissioner. I said, listen, I don't know what's going to happen. I may see you out here a week from now. You catch a bus to Atlanta, you catch one back. I said, but if I see you out here, let me tell you what's going to happen.
Well, we don't want, not for the record. Don't tell us what you're going to do.
No, it's not nothing. No, it's not nothing bad illegal. I just simply told him I'm going to turn my car around. I'm going to call Richmond County Sheriff, and I'm going to give him an up and down about him. I got his picture and all that because he may not have ID. I said, you may even get possibly arrested if you around here with no. I just tried to shake him. This is not a game. I said, I don't want to see you again. That's all.
And I appreciate that. So just to kind of let you know, I mean, not only task force, we've got agencies that are out. We have a database of individual. We kind of track, who's here and their information. Now, we also have a Reconnecting Families Fund through the Salvation Army. But we make sure that when we connect these families, there's services when they go back home. We don't ship them out. I say all of that to say that, yes, we have become a drop-off point for some nearby municipalities and because of some of the great services we have. But it's a fact that we don't have the day services or the mental services that we need in this community, wraparound services, as they say. We are working harder to do that. My hope is that when this body talks about SPLOST 9 and when I'm gone, that the day shelter piece will be a part of it because it's needed. But just so you know, Mr. Green, there is a lot going on, even more behind the scenes that I won't say, to help people as well as hold people accountable and not criminalize people. But we also have panhandling going on, and Commissioner Guilfoyle's in the queue, and I bet that's what he's going to talk about, what happened this past weekend. But we're doing what we can. We need people like you engaged in the process that have the ideas and the energy. This isn't just this is a county problem, not just a us sitting up here problem. And I appreciate you bringing this before us, but I ask you just to stay engaged. If you see something, say something, because, we've got GDOT more engaged now and under the bridges, and it's something that we're going to continue to dialogue and talk about, in the future, but I think it's important to have individuals like yourself engaged, so I appreciate that.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Green, thank you for coming before us, and thank you for bringing forth the same concerns we as the residents here in Augusta about this homeless and this panhandling. Last week I was prepared. This is all a stack from the Augusta crime where crimes that was committed by the homeless, from molesting a 13-year-old girl to robbery to meth and everything, including shooting one of our officers on the front page. I don't know what it's going to take for us to put our feet down and realize we're going to have a bigger problem as the days, weeks, months go by. As far as this panhandling, Sunday morning, I know a lot of my colleagues is on Facebook as well. I seen two gentlemen get out of a car at 9:30 Sunday morning right there at Wrightsboro and Bobby Jones. And I've always said it was a organized panhandling what we have here in Augusta. I wish I could have followed that little car home. It'll probably be in some nice neighborhood. But until we put our feet down, it's going to continue to grow, continue to be a problem, continue to be an eyesore for Augusta, Richmond County. I know that some of my colleagues, as well as some of our directors, is trying to find solutions to the problem. But the problems, like what you said, is these other counties, these other communities is dropping them off here in Augusta because we have a Salvation Army here, we have resources here, but there's a time where it's got to stop and we got to say enough. But Brian, as far as the Noah's Ark initiative, you sure it's not the Noah's Ark Project USA? Because I tried to find the initiative and I couldn't. I did find the Ark Project. Would that be correct?
Well, no, Mr. Gifford, that's just the name I gave it, you know. I just tried to find something that was a little different or whatever. I'm open to, you know, making tweaks or whatever on it, whatever.
Well,
I didn't want it to coincide with established or whatever, you know, was out there.
Right. You might want to look at the Noah's Ark Project here, USA. They have a organization helping the homeless shelter in the United States. But, you know, apparently it must have, you had to do a lot of reading to connect the dots on this. But I do appreciate you coming forth as usual. And
can I address your panhandling, please?
Absolutely.
A young man, when I was coaching track, he said to me one day, he said, Coach, I don't want to run the mile anymore. He's the best in the county. Nobody was close to him. And I said, what's wrong? He said, I just don't want to run the mile anymore. Not knowing what to think. Nobody was close to him. He ended up winning the gold medal for it the whole bit. He just said, he had a lock on the mile turn. I said, can you run 4 laps? And he went, yeah. So I said, just run 4 laps and let those other fools run a mile. This individual, he represents the U.S. On the federal level. The federal level says panhandling is a constitutional right. So why would I submit anything, Mr. Gifford, that had that name, panhandling? Loitering, no loitering right here means I don't expect anybody to be in this spot right here for whatever reason, whether you're selling newspapers, bouquets, food, whatever, no loitering. That takes care of it, I think, and I'm not a legal expert as far as that. I think we just need to get different terminology. That's why I gave a shout out to our attorney, because he was dead on with that. And I hope, you know, that does help a little
Mr. Green, the problem I have with panhandling is on the side of these roads, and I would love just to ride by if I do see one that there's not trash and filth around them. All right?
And Georgia Department of Transportation already says that that's against their written codes or whatever, so it's already enforceable. We just don't need to call it panhandling.
Okay, let me tell you something that hits personally to me. My wife works down here on Broad Street. The panhandlers know my wife by name, and that's scary because a lot of us husbands that's married does not like the idea of some stranger approaching their wives, knowing by their first name, and you know what the result's going to be if they say no.
And that's solicitation, Mr.
And
Gifford.
all it takes is, again, it'll be in a crime report, and it'll be just another thing stuck in a dang folder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Green, thank you for your presentation. This isn't anything unique to any of us around here. For the interest of time here, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more outside of this meeting here about your proposal. You know, I heard a number, $25,500. I'd like to kind of know what that money is going to be geared to, you know, toward. I understand you said that we're one less homeless person as of 1:30 this morning by way of you helping that individual get back to their hometown of Atlanta, Georgia. So when we look at this homeless population that we have, and Augusta is not unique to any other city. Many cities are experiencing homelessness, panhandling, as my colleague talked about. Some of it is very aggressive panhandling. And even from some of the homeless people, panhandling is being done by homeless people. And your proposal of helping to mitigate, and I don't think in my lifetime, and perhaps even yours, that we'll eradicate homelessness. We won't do it. But I think every effort that we put into diminishing homelessness is a check for us, and especially our municipality. An individual like yourself can't do it. It's got to be a collaborative effort to to make it happen. But I certainly appreciate your efforts of wanting to help to eradicate this or to help kind of streamline it a little bit. So I would like to get as much information as I can from you in reference to how you plan to combat it. What are some of your proposals, some of your ideas? You weren't able to give them all to us right here, and I know with the interest of time, 5 minutes just won't allow you. But if you can share that information with me, I think I have a platform that could probably help push this initiative or to share it with my colleagues a little bit more so that we can kind of get a handle or get a grip on this. Again, I appreciate, the conversation that you and I have had, in the past. I value those conversations. And most of all, I value what it is, the energy and effort that you're wanting to put in to help Augusta in this problem that we have. Again, thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you.
Motion to receive as information.
Can I get a second? We have a motion to receive as information. Can we have a second? You said. Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am.
Number 4, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 4 is to discuss employees' wage increase method that is being used by eliminating positions to pay others more in various departments.
Mr. Fran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was brought to my attention that we have department heads that, under their privy, have the ability to eliminate positions and give increases under their privy. And I guess I want to understand, what do departments have the ability to do? What percentages do you have the ability to increase salaries within their departments? Just some more general information on that to the administrator, Madam Chair.
Madam Administrator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, in understanding what your interest is as far as information is concerned, department directors are allocated a budget through our budgeting process, and it is their responsibility to manage their budget for their respective department. They have within up to a 10% leeway, I'll call it, as to an authority level concerning the compensation of their staff based upon the funding amount that is highlighted within their budget. I've asked the Human Resources Department to be prepared to speak to you regarding how our 3 p.m. sets this authority limit as approved by our commission, and how those practices have been used regularly, or even most in the past.
Is that 10% pretty standard in governments, or does that give the department head a pretty good leeway to kind of run the department how they want?
I can't speak to if it is standard because I have not done any market study analysis. I don't know if compensation or human resources has done so. I do know that we oftentimes use municipality data from varying markets, most commonly those that are situated in comparison with Augusta, to assist us with setting our compensation starts. Yeah. I will say that while 10% seem to be useful, oftentimes we do have to come before the body for anything that exceeds 15% because the administrator has up to 15%. So when you have the engineering department or Augusta Utilities or even RCCI and most recently Planning and Development, that's because their request for increases regarding compensation exceeds 15%, which is the administrator's authority level.
So do department heads, let's say they have 5 individuals, and maybe 5 positions are not filled, do they have the ability to lose 2 positions and then these 3 increase to that 10%? Is that That's kind of what my question really is, I guess.
So that's a broad way of looking at it, but essentially, yes. So as a department director, if I have 5 vacancies and if I am struggling with the current stated salary of other positions within my department, I can then request to have 2 of those 5 vacant positions abolished, and the salary and benefits that would account for those 2 positions could then be spread or utilized or even targeted to address some compensation challenges that may be in either positions or for particular salary grades.
And that's under their purview of what they can do.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And I guess that's where this kind of, my thought was, is that 10%, the ability to cut positions to basically move money just a little bit from sitting up here, and we know this budget deficit we continue to talk about, and I know we can't fix it for this year. I'm not looking at this year's budget. I'm looking about what policy can this governing body put into place that could tighten the bolts a little bit to where maybe they don't have the autonomy to do that because, in a sense, they basically could not fill jobs and raise the salaries up of the people that are already there, in a sense, to keep them and make them happy.
Because this body has given responsibilities and duties to each department to manage that department based upon the vision of the commission, if they choose not to fill positions, that would hurt the output of that particular department. So I don't see it in the department's best interest to hold back on filling positions so they can't abolish them in the long run, because that would affect their output, as well as the goals and the vision that the commission has set forth would not be achieved. Human Resources is present. I did want them to, and they keep moving on me. And
I guess the thing is that we talk about these positions that carry over, and sometimes we don't get rid of them, I guess, in a sense, is the only way I can think of. And I guess that's where I'm also wondering. I'll let you speak, though.
Commissioner, could you repeat your last statement, please?
So sometimes there's positions, these vacancies, that we sometimes don't eliminate. They've been in, I think you eliminated some in this year's budget, is that correct? There were 2 years or more?
This is the second year in a row that if a position has been vacant for 2 years or more, I have slated it for elimination. So we do keep a pretty tight rein on making certain that positions are filled, but I am proud to say that compensation does a great job in ensuring that if the position is not filled, and if it hasn't been filled, it is slated for abolishment and included back in our budget, which is what's presented to the body.
Okay.
And to my name is Tafka Dobbs. Hi. And basically to reiterate what Administrator Dowse, Interim Administrator Dowse said, the department director, we trust the integrity of our directors to know what's needed in their department. And right now, a lot of it is a retention issue because of equity problems and the change in the market. So when they can't get it through the budget process, so within the fiscal year, if they need it, they have the autonomy to do that. What they present to us is a desire or request to increase the salaries of their employees. We then ask for a funding verification. Then they go into negotiation with finance regarding that to find in their budget where they can afford to do these increases.
Gotcha. Okay. I appreciate that explanation.
Sure. Commissioner Garrett, can I ask one? Let me ask a question before you start. What you said? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Tafka Dobbs.
Dobbs. You said, or Ms. Stiles, when a position is eliminated, it go back into, what budget does it go back into?
Their salary line item. Okay. And only the commission can move money from salaries to operating. So it is still part of salaries and can be dispersed within the salary line. Oh, excuse me, can you clarify? Did you mean when I eliminate it or when the department eliminates or abolishes the position?
well, I guess either or, but I think you said when you eliminated a position, it is returned. And is it returned to, and I think you said to the budget?
That's correct.
So is it the department that eliminating the position budget, or does it go back into, I guess you said, a salary line item?
So if the department director requests to abolish or eliminate a position, those funds, including benefits, would be returned to their budget. It would be done so through the salary line item, which would then give them the ability to offer retention increases or even special circumstances increases. But the positions that I have recommended to be abolished in the FY24 budget, those positions will be returned back to the general fund and not within the department's budget for further use.
Okay, and I was getting at the department level. Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for the administrator. In reference to your comment about the positions that you've eliminated over the last 2 years, including this budget cycle, can you recall how many positions you've eliminated? Just estimate.
Total, maybe 12. I'm thinking 7 and 5. 7 in 23 and 5 proposed for 24.
Okay, so roughly what would that value be?
No, 750.
About 750,000, somewhere in there.
If you average about $40,000 with salary and benefits, probably around $500,000.
Okay, and I asked that question just because of the way that you explained this. I think that maybe Commissioner Franham wasn't quite clear in what he was stating in regards to the elimination versus the 10% increases that's allowable, because oftentimes when positions are upgraded or whatever, there's new work responsibilities also applied there, correct?
That's correct, but the department would have to have funding to be able to compensate that particular employee for any additional duties as assigned.
Yeah.
So if that particular department does not have the 5% that they are seeking to pay said employee for performing additional duties, they would have to abolish a position to source funding.
Okay, and so you're stating that we've only eliminated 12 positions that you found that had not been filled over the last 2 years. How many open positions do we currently have? Or unfilled positions? I mean, I know it's well over 100 in the Sheriff's Department, so.
Oh, yeah, probably. If I remember correctly, over 600 vacancies.
And out of those 600 vacancies, only 12 of them have not been filled over the last 2 years? Because that number's been pretty consistent in my 5 years sitting up here.
Well, keep in mind, that does not include any of the positions within the sheriff's office, nor does it include any positions within the airport or any of our courts. It also, the way the fire department accounts for positions is different. So we did not abolish any positions within the fire department either.
Okay,
and
so
that is the bulk of our vacancy load.
Okay, so if you take those out, what's that number? Since obviously we can't do anything with those positions.
Maybe 150.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And now I would also like to point out, Commissioner, to add to that, a position that has been vacant for 2 years means that that particular position has been vacant consistently for 2 years. There are many cases in which a department may fill a position, but it is vacant, say 6 months or 9 months later. So that 2-year period is consistent 2 years that the position has been vacant.
Do you think maybe we need to look at a different way to assess those openings in regards of trying to find those consecutive ones? If there's a department that consistently cannot keep a position filled, do we need to just look at abolishing that and then taking those funds and applying it to help alleviate some of the compression issues that we're experiencing?
The compensation department or the compensation division, which within human resources, has conversations with the department directors before each position is filled to determine the position's need. Hence the reason why the 2-year mark was set, as it seemed as though it would be a good benchmarker to determine a vacancy rate. But each department director communicates to compensation how a position is needed and what type of impact that position makes within their operations before a position is even posted to be filled. So those questions are being asked now. Can we take it a step further? Sure, always.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's just make sure we on topic of what's on the agenda item. I think we're going a little far off, so. Commissioner Lewis?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Y'all make me do it every time.
Administrator Dallas, I think we've had some previous discussions about the retention of employees and how best to be able to retain good employees and not lose employees, and therefore reduces the workforce and therefore increases the workload on certain departments. So I've heard you say, or the HR rep say, that any director has discretion to do a salary increase up to 10%, and from 10 to 15, it falls under your purview, and anything greater than 15 comes to the commission. I think as she's walking down here. So when we're talking about retention and sometimes new hires or either lateral moves, when we have directors that has the discretion to do a salary increase if it's within their budget, but anything greater than 15, it comes before the commission.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm correct in that. So under the 3 p.m. that you referenced, why are we having such a hard time of keeping good employees?
It's not. I think we're still getting off the topic.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm sorry if I am. I think it's discussed the wage increase method. I think I'm talking about increasing some wages right here. If I'm talking about going from one salary to another salary, that's an increase.
I think we're getting.
Madam Administrator, I think Madam Chair said we're getting off the subject, but I'll talk to you about this later. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for straightening me out.
Commissioner Guilford, I know you're going to stay on the subject.
I'm trying to go somewhere. I'm trying to go where Commissioner Bobby Williams usually goes.
Leave him alone.
Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Lewis, better be careful. The corner right behind me, you'll be in timeout. I just wanted to put out there, you know, when we did the little budget thing at the Augusta College a couple months back, and we actually met with every director there. 98% of the directors' biggest challenge was they needed more money to retain their employees. I had a couple directors actually utilize this process to eliminate positions within their budget, within their, within their budget to increase the salaries of others. I love that idea because what that did was eliminated all the benefits that went with it as far as with most salaries. They able to retain the employees, and they able to think outside the box instead of keep coming back to the watering hole and asking for more. They was able to resolve their problem from within their department. And, you know, if there's ways of saving money within that department, you know, I believe what we ought to do is reward that department if they are saving a considerable amount of money. Anything saved over 10% ought to be shared amongst them, you know, not to do any kind of compression issues, not to cause problems throughout the pay scale within the other departments, but you know, I think people need to be rewarded if they do good things. And the couple directors that actually wanted to do this, I like that idea. Thank you.
Motion receives information.
Vote, Ms. Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Engineer.
See? Who woke him up?
Oh, I see he's up now. Okay, I'd like to call engineer, well, hey, maybe I need to wake up. He just said engineering, so, all right. Come on, let's.
Mr.
Mr.
Frannon, you going to vote?
Who's,
I'm sorry. I got you. I got you, Lewis. I got you, Lewis.
It's unanimous. Number 5, Madam Chair.
yes, ma'am.
Item 5 is to discuss the human resources step-by-step processes and procedures for hiring.
No, this is different. This is different.
Ms. Administrator, we have somebody from HR that. or you
Yes,
can-
ma'am. Human Resources is present to speak to our current hiring practices.
Yeah, and so, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I have a couple questions. I've had multiple people reach out to me, and I've actually never really asked this question, and I think other colleagues have had this, that's why I put it out. When the initial request of a job posting from a department is put on the website and someone applies for it, does HR determine whether they are qualified for the next step, or does the department determine whether they're qualified for the next step?
Could you please repeat that first?
Sure.
The first part
So
again?
a job posting, I'll just say groundskeeper. Does the HR department determine if they move to the next step, or does the department head see that and say, no, I don't want this person, or I want this person?
So what happens is when we advertise through our ATS, which is our applicant tracking system, NeoGov, when we post the position, and once the position closes, we then have a screening process that we put together. It's a formula, and in terms of how we verify applicants that have met the minimum qualifications. So they go through a screening step, and once we have identified and filtered out all of those employees, then it goes to another step, which is step 2, and then that's when our senior analysts go through and do more so in an extensive screening process in terms of whether or not those applicants are qualified.
Okay.
Commissioner, to add to Ms. Mullen's statement, the department is responsible for working with Human Resources concerning the job description as well as the minimum qualifications before the job is even posted.
Correct.
So yes, Human Resources does the initial screening.
Okay. So how do I ask this? Somebody applies and they don't meet the qualifications. If they don't meet the qualifications, who determines whether they're eligible to rehire within a certain time frame, reapply during a certain time frame? Who would determine that?
I just want to make sure I understand your question.
There is actually a certain thing, attorney. I got it on my phone, and I'll say it in just a second. Who determines that?
So if an applicant does not meet the minimum qualifications, it's based off of what the announcement is, and again, using those filters that we have set up in the screening process. And once the applicant goes through that, then we send out an email to the applicant letting them know that they did not meet the minimum qualifications based on what is currently being has been posted. Okay.
Well, an individual, and I don't even know their name, honestly, right this second. They got an email back that says you you can't, you may reapply for this position in 3 years from now, 7/3/2026. And I'm trying to understand what messaging do we have going on in our HR department for someone to receive this?
So I'm not aware of that, and I'm not able to speak to that because of
Okay.
the information is not.
Okay, and I
I
guess
don't have that information in
that's
front of
my
me,
thing
so-
is that I just want us to be all on the same sheet of music on how people are applying and what messaging they're getting from the governing body. And this position was a groundskeeper position, but like if they applied for something else, could they go to something else that maybe they're not even qualified for? If we're sending emails out that said you applied, you can't reapply till 2026. And I guess that's where my thought is I just want to make sure the messaging.
They're welcome to, anybody can apply for any position who they, if they deem that they're, eligible for it. Again, those processes that we have in place are going to be for all of our positions. So if they don't meet the minimum requirements for one position and they apply for something else that is similar with those same minimum requirements, then chances are that they may not, of course, be able to.
Well, that's good to hear we don't do that. My last question is there a time frame is from the department head standpoint that they submit to you, you put in your system that we have to fill this position in X amount of time, or does the department head drive that train? Because some of these positions I hear sometimes the department head's waiting, like they might get candidates, they might not, but is there who drives the train on the time frame of a job posting being open?
Well, it depends, again, who the recruiter is in the department and what the position is. If it's a hard-to-fill position, then there are some, there are conversations being had with the director or head or the designee, and they discuss whether or not if they want to have that position posted continuously or, within 2 weeks. So it just depends on what the position is and what the conversation is with the department director.
Okay. Thank you.
And our final comment is from Mayor Pro Tem Garrett. Thank you. Garrett.
Thank you. This question is for, I guess, HR. So there are some departments that we have that have fairly specialized positions that require specialized college degrees as well as certifications and things like that. And we're hearing that some of these positions are taking as long as 6 or 7 months to get through the hiring process. And by that time, the people that have kind of gone through this process have taken jobs elsewhere because, frankly, they're in high demand and they're not going to wait around for Augusta, Georgia to make a decision. What is causing these lengthy hiring processes within some of these departments?
Well, I can tell you that sometimes it just depends on the information that is given. Maybe the applicant may not have given all of the information. It could be background checks. It could be various things that go on as to why it is taking so long. So each of those are different, and I would have to have the information again in front of me in order to speak to that because it's broad.
Okay. Well, in particularly, these departments that are having, it seems like the most issues filling are utilities and engineering. So,
in terms of the utilities department, it could be because of background checks. It could be because they don't, applicants are not eligible.
these are just jobs that are, for whatever reason, aren't proceeding to get to the hiring, where a decision's being made. And frankly, these applicants are taking jobs elsewhere, so.
Well, in that case, I'm not, because I don't have that information, I would have to do more research to give you that answer.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. Ms. Bonner, I think that's it.
Yes, ma'am, we just need to take a disposition on it. You're going to receive it as information with no objection, or you have a?
Where's Sean? You want to receive it?
That's good, okay. I believe that's it, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Last but not least, I'm going to go ahead and I'd like to call engineering
committee to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if my colleagues don't object, I would like to consent items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Unless,
So moved.
Second.
okay, got a motion, a second. Voting.
Ms. McKnight? Okay, thanks. Okay.
Okay.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason absent.
All right, starting from the top, number 1,
Okay. Item number 1 is a presentation by Minister Dante Darius Barley regarding road conditions on 15th Street, trees that need trimming on Martin Luther King Boulevard, and house demolition across from Mount Moriah and 9th Avenue.
Good evening to Mr. Mayor, the Commission Board.
Excuse me.
I come to you today.
Sir, I'm sorry to...
Mr. Barley, Minister Barley.
Yes. Can you state your name again and address, please? And
Minister Darius Dante Barley.
Okay, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes.
And address, your address, please.
1814 Fayetteville Drive, Apartment E, Augusta, Georgia, 30906.
Okay, thank you.
I come this evening to talk about 15th Street. As y'all all know, 15th Street is a very dangerous highway. I'm gonna put it like that. It's very dangerous. When you look at 15th Street, we have one side where you can go up. The other side you can't go up because of construction. But what we're trying to figure out is how can we make that street conducive to where we can have both of those lanes where you can actually go through. Because right now, they have a lot of dirt across the street from T.W. Jones High School. And November the 3rd is really supposed to be our homecoming parade. So what I'm asking is, how can we actually get that street to be maneuvered before the, because when you look at 15th Street up and down, you see dirt, you see potholes, you see every piece of dirt on that road. And my concern is on 15th Street, we're gonna have an accident if it don't come conducive. Because if you look at 15th Street, you got one way that you can come up. You got that same way that you got to go back down. So my question is, we talk about repairing 15th Street, but how can we repair 15th Street, make it better to actually bring the neighborhood back to what it used to be back in the day?
Does that conclude your, is that it?
And then also on MLK, I done went to 311. I done went to code enforcement. We have too many abandoned houses on MLK. When you go up MLK, all it is but abandoned properties. Trees covering the power lines. Abandoned houses sit straight across the street from First Mount Moriah. I done asked numerous of times how we can get those houses taken down. Their response to me is the government don't have no money. Therefore, we need to understand that it's a safety hazard on 15th Street. Also, when you look at those abandoned houses, right? So anything like that can come out of those abandoned houses. So my question is, how can we fix the problem and make it right?
Okay. I'm going to go to Commissioner Scott from the 9th. She's in the queue. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Pastor Barley, for coming
Thank
to
you.
us today. Today. And I can't really speak on the 15th Street because I think is that a state highway? And I'm not sure, it's not. I'm not sure where we are on repairing, getting that done.
Spring 24.
Okay, I'm gonna let you say that to him. But we do have, since I've been on the commission, I have been working, trying to get the house across from the church, something to happen, even to the point of boarding it up. And I think at one time it was boarded, and they came in and took the boarding down. But we do have someone from, come on up, you see me calling your name, Code Enforcement, to speak on that. Because I know a couple of times they have been into court on getting that done. So let's hear from.
How you doing? How everyone doing today?
Good, thank you.
Yes, we do have a open demo order on 2035 Martin Luther King Boulevard. We took it to court. CO Code Enforcement had a case on it, open case on it. Then we took it to court, and we have an open demo order. As of now, it has been pushed over to Environmental Services.
Okay. Did you understand, Reverend Barley, what they were saying? So we are actively trying to get that house demo, because I know for the 3 years that I've been here, we've been trying to do it. So it's a good thing that it's been to court. Now it's over into environmental service to actually come up with a date.
Yes, ma'am. As of October 25th last year, it was signed by a judge to be over in Environmental Services. From what I can see, is on hold as right now because of asbestos. Now, I'm not really sure where that goes, how far that is in detail, or where it need to go to, but it right now is in Environmental Services. So I guess soon, once they get the asbestos test, now I'm not really sure, then they'll probably be processed to be demoed.
Okay. All right. And because that's Commissioner Pulliam's district, I'm not sure if she want to say something, but we will stay on top of the demolition, because I know it's been there for quite a while. I think the best thing for us to do is to get with Environmental Services to see when we can get that taken care of.
Okay. Is that it? We're gonna let. Okay. Is that good, Commissioner Scott? Okay. Thank you. Administrator Dowse, I'm gonna let you go ahead and chime in.
Commissioner McKnight, I would like to offer the Administrator's Office to meet with Minister Barley concerning his demolition matter, the road construction timeframes for that, and any other challenges that he may have. We could report back to the Commission our findings, as well as make sure Minister Barley is updated.
Okay. All right. So we'll receive this take this as information. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. We're ready to go trick or treat. All right, we got District 8 Commissioner Garrett would like to speak. Come on, let's.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This new married life is getting to you, isn't it? Sir, I appreciate you coming and talking about the issues on 15th Street. I mean, it's a construction project that has been ongoing for a little over a year now, maybe a little longer, but they've encountered some issues, as in often comes up with any big construction project. And so, as of, GDOT is operating this, and their current plan for completion is spring of 2024. So we're getting there, and I think you, like everybody else up here, are going to be very happy when it's open and running. I mean, but anytime there's a construction project of this magnitude, there's going to be issues and things that we all have to work around. So I mean, it's not being done on purpose to anybody on 15th Street. I drive up and down it numerous times a week, and it ain't pretty, but it's going to get there.
Because what I'm trying to figure out is, number one, the time frame. Because a lot of churches is on 15th Street. The worst thing we want to happen is somebody get hurt on 15th Street, or somebody's car get messed up on 15th Street. So we really do need to look at that problem like ASAP.
Okay.
There are traffic control devices all along that street, and I think they're doing everything that they can to alleviate any future problems. They're the professionals. We definitely aren't when it comes to road construction up here, so I think that we have to trust their process.
Minister Bartley.
Commissioner, Mr. Bartley.
Mr. Bartley, before you leave, just before you leave.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let Commissioner from the second speak, but I wanted to go ahead and say to Minister Bartley, it'd be good if you and Administrator Dowse got together and discussed this as far as time framing, okay? And Chief Deputy Jackson. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let Commissioner Pulliam speak.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want you to know that I am really following this timeline, and I have been very proactive with making sure that the demos that need to happen, I'm staying on top of that. And we've gotten, I know, at least 10 demos from January to this point in that area in District 2. So you're in good hands with our administrator's office.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. All right. Okay, Ms.
So we'll just receive this as
Yes, ma'am.
information, Madam Chair,
That's correct.
without objection.
That's right.
Okay. Item number 2, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number 2 is to approve additional funds for a contract with Blair Construction, Inc. to perform asphalt patch repair, concrete curb, and sidewalk replacement for Utilities Department.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is additional funding in order to basically fix the road cuts we have to make when the pipe fails. And so we've overrun the budget, partly due to the number of failures, partly also due to the rising prices. And so this is to get us through a couple of additional months, make it into next budget year. And we've been assessing how much work is going to be done in-house versus how much is going to be outsourced. It's an ongoing struggle. It never changes. It just moves in cycles as to how we handle those and what percentage we do which way.
Okay, I appreciate that, Director Bond. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garrett.
Thank you, Madam. This question is for Director Bond. Will any part of these asphalt repairs be for Old Waynesboro Road where the asphalt has rippled after a repair was made about a year ago?
Yeah, we will be finishing up the repairs. There's still some thin wall PVC out there, as you're aware. And so we're trying to get the rest of that replaced. We had a meeting about a variety of these projects earlier, and we'll get the road repaired when we're done.
You are familiar where I'm talking about, though?
Yes, I've seen the extensive issues, so
Yeah.
yes.
It's not a fun ride every day, I'm just saying. Appreciate it.
Certainly.
Okay, Commissioner Williams.
Since he asked about something out there in Waynesboro or Epswell, what have you. You had a situation near Thomas Lane. The water was coming through and
Remember something about this one?
Yeah, do you know if it got completed or not? I didn't go by there.
I don't. I can find out for you.
Yeah, do that.
Absolutely.
Do that for me because it was reported to be pretty bad.
We've got a variety of places in the city that got old pipe and they break, leak, crack. Sometimes once you fix them, they break close by and you end up with extensive asphalt repairs.
Okay, but check on that one for me, okay?
Will do.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
And while I got you up there, am I aligned to ask about, you still checking on water bills and people still calling saying they're have to pay 2-3 times a month and
Yes, sir.
and having to pay late fees for not what have you. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Maybe it would be good if I brought back kind of an update next committee cycle. Just a short thing to say this is something we could look at, just so everybody's aware at the same time.
Yeah,
It's programmatically being handled. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I still get a call or two every once in a while.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Let's stick to the agenda item, but that is good, Commissioner Williams. Can we bring that back?
You and Francine Scott must swim in the same swimming pool.
All right, I'm going to go ahead.
Second.
Motion to approve. I got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, we're going to go ahead and vote.
Mr. Lewis and Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
Okay, thank you.
And item 8, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, item 8 is Augusta Utilities Department, Augusta Engineering Department having been coordinating on research partially funded by EPD through the SEED grant program. They're asking to reach the end of major experiments and are requesting a 6-month time extension to analyze the data collected by the EPD.
Okay.
And to provide for a contract amendment reflecting the time extension.
Okay, Commissioner Garrett.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We got a motion and a second.
This is what happens when you copy and paste at 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon. Sorry, I pasted the title in the wrong spot.
Okay, voting.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Director Vine.
Let's put this vote on the record and we'll be done.
Okay.
Yeah, it's unanimous.
And that concludes engineering, and everybody have a happy Halloween. Thank y'all.